And we're live. At least we should be. Ooh. So does it just stay on whatever screen you saved at last, maybe? Probably. Howdy, Brooch. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Hopefully well. Oh, that's why. Okay. Gotcha. Howdy, hey, C8. Hello, hello. Arrow, Meeple, welcome, welcome. How's it going, everyone? Hope you're all doing well. X-Chan, no. We could always make X-Chan Labubu's if we want to get as marketable as possible. Oh, where's the book? Speaking of slop. Make sure I have that at the ready, because I'm going to need it. Controller. Hey, Arrow. Hello, Jelly. Caught the last bit of yesterday. Glad you enjoyed the end of the investigation. Such a great heartfelt scene between Ryu and Susato. And Gina tearing up is so sweet. Yeah, it's a very, very cute scene altogether. Well, now I'm not doing it. That's all it takes, folks. That's all it takes. Also, greetings from the blanket fort today. I wanted to turn my AC up higher, because it's getting a little hotter out, but it would have been picked up a little bit more on the mic, so I figure the best way to maybe get around that is to further insulate myself. So the room will be cooler as a whole, but I will be insulated within the blanket fort so that my sound quality is better. It should hopefully work out pretty well. Sorry, I'm adjusting the mic and this thing is creaky. Okay, just making sure. Thank you, Aqua the Moth. Tier 1 for 3 months. Twitch really wants me to do this, huh? It seems like it. I'm surprised. I thought it set it to 3 months. Oh no, he is. Okay, yeah, you have the 3 months badge now. Yay! Awesome. Little guy's about to pop from the looks of it. Awesome. Well, welcome one and all. Hope everyone's doing good. Today I learned that the bike I bought has a nickname, Gazette, which at the same time sounds a lot like a slur, which it is not. I looked it up. Anyway, that candle looks like it'll fall on the table real soon. Yeah, it is rather precariously placed, isn't it? And also a 3D asset, maybe? I can't tell. Last night, Lurf and I started watching City the Animation, which is from the same author as Nishijo, which is, after a recent rewatch with Lurf as well, probably my favorite anime of all time. Season 2's OP is by far my favorite anime opening of all time. And City the Animation so far shaping up to be everything that Nichijou was and more, with far more experimental and impressive animation techniques and flourishes, a much more saturated and distinct style. It rules to the moon and back. That said, there is one problem with it. I'm gonna turn down the Great Ace Attorney real quick. We're just gonna real quick this mute it, because I do need to show you everything. The problem with City the Animation is that while everything about the show is fantastic, the OP sounds like an AJR song. And if you ever listen to AJR, you'll know what I mean almost instantly, alright? So, I'm just gonna play a little bit. And we'll all get to see who I activate right now. Let me know if it's too loud. Hold on, it hasn't hit yet, Truth. I mean, it has a little. Just wait. Here it is. It's coming. So that that was my night yesterday. It's MIDI stretch. It's the synth trumpets. Yeah, it's the synth MIDI trumpets, man. Hell yeah. Do you take Stellar Blade Refugee? Joe still hasn't finished Stellar Blade? What the hell? What? Huh? How has he not finished Stellar Blade yet? What? What? What do you mean he hasn't finished Stellar Blade yet? How are you still in the Stellar Blade mines? He's playing on hard? Yeah, but like, it's been 3 weeks, hasn't it? That's crazy. It's been 3 weeks and he streams his main game 4 times a week. That's like, hold on, napkin math real quick. That's like 40 hours already. I thought I was watching the final boss at the beginning of stream today. Oh, God. Well, hope he's having a good time, at least. It certainly was a choice. He's been running at some Sephiroth-pilled Angel Cell for a few hours now. I see. Also, speaking of, I finished Route A in Nier Automata, and they have the same final boss. Interesting. I just went over to Joe for not even 10 seconds and saw a bear fight God while Joe made 2 Enry jokes. Wow. He's popping alt then, huh? Oh, boy. Oh, man. Well, God... Bless his poor heart. Bless his poor heart for committing to playing Nier Automata as imagined by the devs of Nike, Goddess of Victory. Bless his heart. It is the final boss, but he fought the final boss for 3 hours straight. What the hell is going on in there? What's happening in there? Thank God you're here, Jelly. Still fighting it? Oh my God. Jesus Christ, man. I don't think it's pronounced Nike. Is it Nikki, perhaps? Bosses on hard have like 5 times the HP. Good thing nobody likes Stellar Blade. We'd be in for a Yakuza 0 level crash out. Yeah. Here's my problem. Here's my problem. On some level, as what one might call a devil's advocate for perverted media, okay? On some level, I want to look at Stellar Blade and I want to say, listen, there's nothing wrong with a game coming out, and the entire point is our main character is a hot lady for no reason, and also we're doing every action game from the past half decade, okay? There's nothing inherently wrong with that. However, what I do take umbrage with is that Eve's design is completely sauceless. It is designed for the barest notion of sex appeal in order to appeal to everyone, and in doing, appealing to no one. There is no spice behind the design. It was not designed to appeal to a certain flavor of person. It was not designed to attract a certain niche. It is designed to sell the concept of woman in skimpy sci-fi. And I gotta tell you, man, it's a pretty broad genre, and you're a drop in the bucket. It's doing nothing. It's just doing nothing. The shapes are bad, the colors are bad, the design isn't even particularly appealing, and it doesn't suit Eve as a character, all right? It's like, if it doesn't feel like something the character would wear, and it's also not commented on that it might be something the character wouldn't wear, then there's no appeal to the outfit either. Like, it has to feel like real in some way, I think, to be actually attractive, right? There has to be something to it that feels like there is some consideration for the person wearing it, because otherwise you've just made like a doll. You've just made like a little. It's just woman shaped. It is not a person. There is nothing appealing there about that. From well, I guess there could be something appealing there. My point is that I just think Eve's design is kind of shit. And I think most of her alternate outfits are also shit. And I think that their base concept of making girl character who is sexy, but in like an MMO gacha kind of way, is kind of shit. I think they've done a bad job. If I were scoring the assignment, the best they would get from me is like maybe a 5. You gotta go back to the drawing board on this one, man. I can tell you're a pervert, I just don't know what flavor. And that makes it feel heartless. It's as simple as that. People need to study Yoko Taro more. Yeah, I talk about in Mouse Court, I've talked about 2B as like a big design that I think is like, yeah, clearly designed to exhibit sex appeal. However, that's not the entire outfit. And 2B wearing it is interesting. She's pulling it off, and it feels like, given the setting and everything else, it's not like unnatural for the setting of Nier Automata that she's wearing that. And I still think I am a very loud proponent of the idea that, like, the sex appeal of 2B's outfit is largely exaggerated in the current online conversation. And I think that the way it's depicted in other media is largely to blame for that. Stellar Blade being a great example. They've like contoured and shaped the skirt such that whenever Eve is running, it just like curves around her legs so that you can see entirely up her skirt at all times, which is not something that happened at all in Nier Automata. When you're playing Nier Automata, yes, it's a short skirt. Yes, it has a slit in it. And yes, at a low angle, you're going to see stuff, but you're not getting constantly upskirted to the point where you have to like look away from the screen out of sheer like shame and embarrassment during every single action scene with 2B. It feels like in Nier Automata, that's just the outfit she wears, and it's kind of hot. Every single time 2B's outfit is added to another game, it seems like they've tweaked the essence of the design to be, look at her ass. I played Nier Automata recently, and that's a setting you turned off. That could be the case. It's been a while. However, I don't think it was nearly as bad as it is in Stellar Blade. The part, from what I understand, isn't actually intentional, but a consequence of an update they made later that made the cloth outfits more physics. I see. Either way, I think that 2B's design has sort of just been mangled in the public consciousness, and a lot of her portrayal as like essentially like it's like sex doll status essentially is the way that I see her design depicted a lot of the time, when in reality I think it's got a lot going for it. I think it's elegant in a lot of ways. It's very stylish. It's got some really cool color contrast, and I think for the story and the tone that Nier Automata is going for, I think that there is merit to it. Is it the best design I've ever seen? No, it's a great design. There's a reason so many people like it, but like, you know, it was designed for a purpose, multiple, as a matter of fact, and I believe it serves those purposes quite well. There's a camera magnet that turns the camera so you get a nice upskirt ass shot whenever you run. It actively pushes the camera down for it. If you turn that off, I did, then yeah, it's not a thing. It's well-intentioned auto-centering. It's just got the home point tilted too low. I see. Interesting. Anyway, we're not here to talk about Stellar Blade. We're not here to talk about Stellar Blade. We're playing the Great Ace Attorney. Do you know the clown girl from Ace Attorney? It's a similar case to 2B. Yeah, that's another thing. There are a lot of designs that I think just get remembered in ways that are completely, or not completely, in ways that are largely almost like flanderized in a sexual lens, where it gets to a point where you've seen it so often online, and the only way that you've seen it is in the context of it being overtly sexual, and then it starts to feel like the design itself could only have ever been designed for that purpose. And I think that is kind of a big problem. They got Overwatch. Oh, I don't want to talk about Overwatch. I don't want to talk about Overwatch's female character designs, man. I really don't. I don't have the time or the budget. They're not paying me enough to talk about that shit. However, Boulder is technically paying me to read a page of McGarvey, which will be a little difficult because we're in the blanket fort right now and we don't have good lighting. So forgive me as I strain my eyes. Perhaps we're channeling a little bit of, like, maybe you really liked reading as a kid, and so you're hiding under the covers with your nightlight, and don't do that, and you're shining your flashlight on it so you can actually read it. What page were we on? 43. I think we just finished 46. No, that one's. We get hint for dinner. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay, gotcha. All right, ready. Do we get a hint for dinner? McGarvey asked. He was trying to keep the mood light, at least for the moment. Lobster, a light salad, linguine with butter, parmesan, and squid ink, and a good baguette, Pete said. Now, see if you can get him to open up, she told Otto. I can't. McGarvey poured the ice-cold wine, and Otto sat back and took a sip. I always hated this wine until you showed up and explained it to me. You still don't like it. No, but I should. Like tennis or soccer or horse racing. And why drink it? McGarvey asked. But they weren't talking about wine. That's what friends do for friends who've asked for help. I haven't asked. Otto smiled a little sadly. Sure you did, he said. What's up? Your darling's picking up anything? A little lavender around the edges? McGarvey asked. Otto's darlings were his special computer programs that were keyed into just about every intelligence information resource in the world, especially satellites and even bits and pieces of the mainframes of some of the opposition's intelligence agencies. When a threat seemed to be looming on the horizon, a background color out of his monitors turned lavender. The more intense and imminent the threat, the deeper the shade of color. Nothing for you to worry about. Even North Korea is quieted down for the moment. McGarvey said nothing, lost in his own thoughts. This morning, before Pete left to pick up Otto and Lise, she'd pecked him on the cheek. Maybe you're getting yourself bummed out because nothing's on the table. You have no real idea how to do nothing. He shrugged. Take a deep breath. Relax, for Christ's sake. Are you getting tired of married life already? No, but I do worry about you, he said. I take a hit now and then, she'd said, kissing him on the cheek again. See you in a bit. Oh, so that was in reference. That was to Pete. All right. One page left. Thank you, Top Lettuce. One moment, please. Thank you, Topi, for the slopper neem. I think, yep, that's the only other one we've gotten so far. She got behind the wheel and started the engine. Practice your smile while I'm gone. Looks good on you. Otto was staring at him. Is your past catching up with you? He asked. He nodded toward the open sliding doors of the kitchen. Guilty because Kathleen is dead and you figured out how to fall in love again? That's so blunt, Jesus. The question stung, but in part it was true. I worry because she damn near bought it. Because of you. Because of what I am. Otto took a serious moment to reply. Feeling sorry for yourself is something new, Komasabe. Kemosabe. I shit you not. Pete's a fine woman. She is. But beyond that, she's a damn good operative. Yes. And as I recall, she's covered your back a couple of times, and damn near got killed doing it. You're right, Kirk, but you're gonna have to deal with it. From my ringside seat, she's head over heels for you. So either dump her now, minimize the damage, or get your head out of your ass. McGarvey was startled for just a nanosecond, but then it was as if some impossibly high dam had broken inside of him, and he laughed so hard tears almost came to his eyes. But he didn't cry because he's a super strong, manly man. Pete came to the open slider. There's a sound I haven't heard for a while. If I'd known that some vile-tasting Greek wine was the magic bullet, I would have had a tank car of the stuff brought up here. Louise was there, smiling at her husband. She winked. Airline food is crap, Otto said. So if you don't mind, get back into the kitchen. We're starved and we still have a ton of shit to hash over. Did they really say super strong manly man? No, they did not say that. And that's all we got for right now. Although I will leave the book face down because the new meta is evolving. And as soon as I set it down, someone will redeem it again. Anyway, off to Ace Attorney. We're back with Ace Attorney. We're just... Jelly, please take McGarvey seriously. It's high art. High art? I'll do better. I'm sorry. Listen, you're right. I'm not reading my Taco Bell Amerislop with love. Alright? I'm not reading my Taco Bell drive-thru book with love. I need to give it a little more consideration. Let us continue for the first part of the trial. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. It's high art because it goes over everyone's head. True! Exactly! 17th April, 1932. The Old Bailey. Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it.
So where's your friend, then?
Sorry?
You know, they're in a fancy dress.
Susato, however you say it. I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are you? Forget about me, if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again one day.
Even so?
But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Is that Iris, maybe?
Good morning, you two.
Let's go.
How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep?
Yeah.
Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy?
Yeah.
Waggy!
Great way to show your support, kitty.
Let him have a nose around. What harm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here.
This game is significantly too colonial for my tastes. Me when I'm playing Assassin's Creed 3.
Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Runo? Ginny?
Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities.
Let's not go there.
Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and all carriages over the carriages all over the capital are struggling to move.
Huh? Bad news was a weather report?
So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on the way to the port.
Gosh, yes.
Oh, and so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later.
Did you see Ubisoft gave the Black Flag remake the bikini bottom color palette? I did not see that. I haven't paid attention to an Assassin's Creed game since probably Assassin's Creed 3, actually.
Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkeys, really.
Only good news canceled out all the bad.
And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. See? How'd you like that?
Well, let 'em say what they want. See if I care. I can't, because you're covering your face.
Don't worry, Runo will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense.
I will?
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be discharged divers don't miss do-gooder. Isn't that right, Runo?
Oh, yes. Let's, hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
It's like she was still here. Today's paper has been entered into the court record. What is this voice? It's the voice that I have to do for the child. Hi, Henry for Prez.
Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement.
I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest. But thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you.
Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering, is all, about Sholmes. They fix him up all right? Yes, the operation was a great success. But Pearlie still hasn't come around yet.
Eh? That's just not true.
I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news.
Oh, right.
No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. Both of the charms that I bought from Errol. It's all down to me today. To prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. I'm without both of my Blorbos in Case 5. I'm gonna die. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. A trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom.
It's time then.
Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris.
Lead the way, Runo.
I haven't played an Ubisoft game, and I think the most recent Ubisoft game that I've played was actually, For Honor, probably. Yeah, I think it's For Honor, which, as I said, is probably the live service game that I have the healthiest relationship with out of any of them that I've ever played. One of the Princes of Persia? No, I haven't played any of the new ones, no. I played Steep, I enjoyed it a lot. They have some bangers every now and then. I want to say Hades or something is old Ubisoft people. I don't think so. Not actually Ubisoft, though. It might be. Does Supergiant have... Played some Prince of Persia original the other day, and man, we need that game back. Okay, when you say original, do you mean like the original or Sands of Time? Isn't E33 old Ubisoft? I don't know, actually. I don't know enough about E33. Sorry, Sands of Time. Sands of Time's a banger. I would say if you're looking for a game like Sands of Time to play Motor Slice, but unfortunately Motor Slice is a pervert game, derogatory, because it does a lot of really gross objectification of its main character and makes you complicit in the act. So I really, really, really didn't like that. Poor Gina. Trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. I saw the feet thing and I'm never buying that, Lamau. I mean, the feet thing isn't even... That's the tip of the iceberg right there, unfortunately. I wish it was just all stuff like that, but it's far more pervasive and far more cringeworthy. Oh shit, Supergiant is old Command and Conquer people from EA, not Ubisoft. Interesting. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. I really like that he has the star on the back of his uniform. 17th April, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Let's go, court time, baby! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. In accordance with a message of mine sent in a previous stream, I am obligated to express the following emotions. Bark, bark, woof, woof. I apologize for the inconvenience. Lie. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the Public Prosecution Service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Thank you, Henry for Prez, for the Tier 1 sub. 6 months! Which means you get yourself a shiny new sub badge. Hope you enjoy it. Yes,
And then 2 months ago, you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you've dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government.
Okay, so they're using him as a scapegoat for government-sanctioned killings for political positioning.
Really? Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Counsel.
It's because it's actually related to the McGilded case still.
There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yes, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you. Angus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him.
And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies, only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. Happy Pride Month. In other words, Sumari, confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese.
Oh my god, Jill, you do a wonderful Van Zeeks. Thank you. It's somewhere between Liam O'Brien and his objection voice line. What? Did he really just say that? Are you being racist on Maine right now, Van Zeeks?
He means you now, Runo.
I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? Torrid look of hatred in Lord Van... Oh, wait, hold on a minute. We're in court. Wait a I'm sorry. Hold on. Stop the presses. Stop the presses. Wait a second. Good gracious. There we go. Why do you have a Labubu? That's my legal counsel. He keeps me on the straight and narrow. Hold on, I just have to remember my hotkeys real quick. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Alright, good to go. Is Iris a Labubu? Yeah, kinda. I want to... Hold on. Oh, wow, this is awesome. Oh, have you never seen these before, Henry? I'm always happy when people get to see them for the first time. She is the Labubu, Emotional Support Council. That's right! No, this is my first time. Awesome, happy to have you. Is that directed at me? She's talking about all Japanese people.
An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors.
There it is.
Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial.
6 of them, huh? Okay, we're ready. Rapid fire, we gotta do this shit. Oh, hey! I recognize some... Hold on a minute! Hold on a minute! I recognize almost all of you! Only one of these people I haven't seen before, and only 2 of them I haven't voiced yet. Now, do you remember their voices? Well, I can certainly try to remember them.
Former lieutenant of the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready.
Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think.
Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything. And I'm ready for it.
I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's possible, but could I have?
Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop.
Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Crystal Tower, huh? Interesting.
Is something wrong, Runo?
Oh, not exactly. It's just, I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Yes, this is the guy fleeing Russia. This is the villain Bolshevik, right? Villain Bolshevik.
Really? Funny coincidences like that do tend to happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know.
So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case.
As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, sumari, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death.
Oh, he's reading the whole time.
Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory.
And what's that supposed to tell us? The height of the...
It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say.
Oh.
The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and the crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord.
Indeed. The court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Crime scene photo has been entered into the court record. Okay, so let's check those out immediately. Sorry, 1 second. We're going to look at those first. Oh, we got today's paper?
Pawnbroker perishes in pick-post plunder. How awful. For Ginny, I mean.
Is Male Strongheart personally picking these jurors? What is the implication here? I think that might be what's going on, yes. I do believe that I can't tell if it's lampshading the fact that they're reusing character models and animations for the brokers, or if they're drawing attention to there might be some political maneuvering, which there obviously is. I think, like all good writing, or rather, like a lot of strong writing, it's probably both. Let's see. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder, right?
Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger.
Bigger? How?
Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps?
Protects planet?
Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great.
And then on the back... Oh, hold on. Let's just rotate it real quick. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
There's a sensational story lower down on the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news.
It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted. How would somebody be doing that? The Russians? That was the foreshadowing in 2? That's why we were on a Russian boat, and that's why we got the villain Bolshevik? Russian interference with the peace treaty?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Rono?
No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Oh, that was important. Okay. All right. Look at the autopsy report. Coroner Dr. Stevens. Is that relevant? I don't think that's ever been there before. Pop into bank mail. Time of death, 16th April, 1 and 1:30 a.m. So just shortly after he changed the time. Reporting party, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Postmortem finds sitting bull in the upper half of the victim's back. In the upper half of the victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Autopsy finding instant death from posterior anterior. Posterior anterior? Bullet wound to heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Well, hold on. If the bullet was found in the upper half of the victim's back and it entered from the back, wouldn't it be in his chest if it didn't exit entirely? Unless it barely penetrated. Crime scene photograph. Yeah, that do be a bullet wound. Supposedly.
I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. This is where Saddam Hussein was hid. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry. A door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, closed room, if you may, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the accused.
Oh no.
It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet.
Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? It's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums of the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? Oh, object! That was the gentlest objection ever. Jesus. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt just because of what she had to do to survive. He's doing his little,
A toast. My learned Nipponese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case.
Oh no. Drinking time! God. The fucking... The logic highway or whatever the fuck it was in Danganronpa 3 is so patronizing. It sounds so... The thinking time! It's like, hey dipshit, pay attention! We're gonna ask you a multiple choice question. Are you awake? Thinking time! I had no idea. I saw people say it in chat, but I never watched the VODs. But... oh my god.
Oh. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick-purse, or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth.
The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. Or you.
At once, my lord.
Crime scene floor plan. And Windibank's gun. This isn't good. Let me check it out real quick. Yeah, that do be like that. Already the problem I'm seeing is, like, how would she get behind him when he appears to have been directly up against the wall and then fell down? So that's problem number one. Windibank's gun. The thing you're never supposed to do. This is Mr. Windibank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty.
Mr. Windibank always used to keep the gun on hand at his shop counter.
Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand.
That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in care safe.
But his one bullet was fired that night. The poor man lost his life. Is he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Okay, no, we already saw that. Anything strange about the gun at all? The hammer, perhaps? Doesn't seem like it. I can perfectly imagine Ryu trying to look down the barrel with one eye closed. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what he would do. We also forgot to examine Susato's notes. Okay. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of a stab wound to the abdomen. Details of the victim name Mason Milverton, male. Brickmaker, East End of London. Magnus McGilded. Prosecution, Lord Van Zeek, Serena Skinner. Her conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Interesting, okay. This isn't good.
Feels like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo.
I think that's because it has. Oh, coat's coming off already!
Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses of the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windibank on 16th April of this year.
All right, we're starting with the coat off. Goddamn. What the fuck are these Little Witch Academia-ass characters?
Witnesses, state your name and occupation for the court.
Hold on, give me a second. Hold on. They go together. God, you want to talk about Mario and Luigi characters, by the way? These two look like they would teach Mario and Luigi a special move in one of the Mario and Luigi RPGs. They look like they would teach him a special move. Maybe like you hit the one in front with a hammer so he burrows underground or some shit. That's the kind of move these two would teach him.
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is a baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's same as him.
Boris Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector.
That's right. We're what they call evil. The 3 Skulkin brothers.
They're your brothers? I do see the resemblance now. Huh.
What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in with you lot.
Or, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're doing? What we're going through?
No, I gotta change these voices now. Hold on. If they're Gregson, I gotta do Gregson, but like pitched differently.
Sorrow to bruv. Lost contact with him we have, so we're scouring every shady corner of the capital.
And then last night we come across you, a very spitter bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo?
He is, Nash, he is. A very spit of him.
So he decided then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call you Big Bruv Sulky.
Come on, leave it out, you two.
Sulky's skulking. And that's before he's run out of chips.
Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing on the witness stand.
The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft.
Hi, Clear. Hi, Jelly. Are you enjoying the best characters ever? I just met them. If they're at all related to Gregson, that means they're peak.
Thieves they are, these three.
Now, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't let me in with these lot. Two nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime.
By Jove! You mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence!
Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder.
Oh my god, he's standing on a box. Jesus.
Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future.
With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy to. 'Cause a skulkin's never skulkin'. Get out of it.
These designs are fucking awesome. These designs rule.
We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gas door was ajar, see?
It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was.
But once we got inside, oh, blimey, lummy, we had a gunshot from the back room.
Went to see what was what. The door was locked from the inside.
We never done nothing, governor, we never took nothing. We just left out of that nice and quiet. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot.
The witness testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail, except for the fact where they shot one Detective Herlock Sholmes and ran away and also didn't leave immediately.
His eyes stay open when he closes them. That's impressive. A talent many hope to master in their day.
The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within, only the victim and the accused were found.
I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still,
Can you say detail in the British way with the emphasis on the latter part for me?
Detail.
That one? Sorry, let me go back and get you the proper line read.
The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail.
Does that suit your needs?
Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel?
Yes.
What's the matter, Runo?
Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that's all nonsense, because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Illegal entry. Alright, as long as I'm making sure in this one, gas door is ajar. Inside, a gunshot from the back room. It was what? The door was locked from the inside. Nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. Now the question is, do we have? No, we don't have any evidence that points to Sholmes. So we press on it. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story?
Well, it was a bedlam soon as, wasn't it?
It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy blockets.
So no time to take your hands out of your pockets. You just left, nice and quietly, you say?
That's right, Governor. Nothing we hate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers.
You need to drop asleep. Enjoy this trial. It's really fun. Your Skulkin's voice is perfect. Thank you, Henry. Appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate the sub. Hope you enjoy the new sub badge. And hope you have a good sleep.
We are, Nash, we are. And never even pulled me dukes at me Lucy lockets.
So, you'd clearly like us to believe...
Come again?
As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person?
Saints alive! They fired a gun, you say?
Ah! Blimey, Governor!
You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway?
It was.
Why, the bleeding Nora. Didn't you mention it before?
You were armed with a gun! And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes! They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. Great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale!
On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away, as well as their color-coordinated uniforms that are extremely evil looking. I fucking look at them, Your Honor. My lord.
I fucking love these two. They're the perfect intersection between like how Studio Trigger designs a character and how like special move teacher characters are designed in the Mario and Luigi RPGs. They've even got the red and the green. Like I just realized that they're even in off red and green. It's perfect. This is awesome. I fucking love these two so much.
And when searched...
And the red is shorter than the green, yep.
A firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it.
Well now, Baron,
Well now, Baron, pay attention. They are wearing crosses. They're God-fearing, honest men.
Oh no. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Oh, it's one of these weird-ass flat revolvers. I love these things.
Yes, indeed. Remnants of gunpowder around the muzzle, as you say, Counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence.
Skulkin Brothers' gun. Has been entered into the court record. Poured himself a drink.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend,
Yes?
here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Well, I don't need evidence. Because I was there!
Objection! However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on.
Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night.
The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night?
First of all, I want to examine this. I love these guns. This is such a fun weapon design. I love when guns, like, they were still figuring shit out, so the shape was a lot more experimental. I really, really love the hammer being on top of the gun like this instead of on the back of it. This is a very, very... And the cylinder being fully exposed like this, I really love this gun. It's a very fun gun. So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders.
Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it.
Exactly. Ooh, highlight my message. I don't think people use that one. Anyway, if I recall correctly, in the Japanese version, these guys are called the Tin Pillar Brothers, which sounds like Chinpira, meaning thugs, goons, mooks, etc. That's why they have the crosses. It's meant to be an initial. Oh, gotcha. Like, okay, fun.
But it had Herbie, in fact, isn't it?
Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked through Windibank's door.
I'll make those brothers pay.
I see. What if we look directly... Alright. Iris Story Manuscript. Blood Samples Portfolio. This. Would this be our evidence? I believe it would have to be. Yeah. Oh my god, I chose the wrong one. The evidence is this!
You perplex me, Counsel, by looking so pleased with yourself, despite this quite displeasing answer.
My learned friend has a knack for it, my lord. It seems presenting nothing as though it were something is a favorite trick of the Nipponese conjurer.
Well, I think it takes a certain genius to give such a completely wrong answer personally.
Kind of genius I could really do without. Time to think again. Court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear evidence. I meant to present this one. Take that! The evidence is in this portfolio.
What on earth have you there, Counsel?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains.
Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you.
Jelly avatar movements are crazy good. Thank you, GoPod. I had a lot of fun designing them. If you want to see me make them live, I have the VOD up on my stream. Up on my VODs channel. I had a lot of fun with these ones as well. It took, I think, like 3 streams to get through them all. But the core idea was just to design a small set of animations that all followed the design principles of the original Ace Attorney in terms of strong key poses and very minimal animation techniques. So a lot of, like, you can see on the desk slam, I have it, like, vibrate a little bit in place. Are you cycling through that manually? I am, yes. Probably the biggest one I have is the shock animation, which, true to Ace Attorney, is about where they go hardest. We go, ah! Then we switch into this one. So we got a little extra animation, and then I cycle to the real one, and then I have it for objection as well, where we shake a little just to give it a little more oomph, and then we switch into it, and then the shock one, fall on the desk, switch to this one. Anyway. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio.
And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein.
Yes, my lord.
No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
It's this one. Take that!
What is that? Explain!
It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident.
From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? If my eyes do not deceive me, it appears a bullet is still lodged there.
Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death.
The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. But this indicates that a separate shot has been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th.
That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Ah! Oh yeah, additionally, I have small little animation flourishes, like the blink frame on this distress sprite makes me, like, grimace a little bit, like I'm barely holding it together. I think that's a really fun one. Also, the eyes start spinning faster whenever I'm talking. The paper one, when I'm not talking, I look over the pages a little bit. My eyes scan every time I blink. Which I like quite a lot. And then on the thinking one, thinking time, whenever I'm not talking, when I blink, there's the ellipses going in there to get the ... question mark for my eyes. Which I think is probably the coolest one out of all of these. I'm really proud of that one. I'm really proud of that.
Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks?
Taking a sip.
If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection.
What?
But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back into the street.
Yeah? Take it easy there, Governor. You were going to land us in a suit.
We had a deal. You weren't going to get him into details. Tell him, Sulky. Tell the bloke straight.
I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the intent of their crimes.
It would seem now that I owe my learned Japanese friend a word of gratitude.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact.
To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks?
As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brothers' gun.
So right now, he's using the fact that that's the bullet they fired, ergo, they couldn't have shot Mr. Windibank. So the shot had to have come from his gun, i.e. not the other gun that is also missing one shot and was fired the night of the crime.
However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim.
Yeah.
In other words, Sumari, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all.
So, that's it. Every single one. They're so happy. Look at them. They're so joyful. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it.
We didn't, Ash, we didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder.
Got a catalogue, eh, fellas?
Yeah.
We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly.
Where's he going with this?
Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who?
Not me. Don't give me that look.
He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
I was wondering when these would come up.
Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption.
As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device.
Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed.
The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question.
Okay, 8:30. Hasn't changed yet. 9:30.
As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion.
Oh, hold on. Is this how stereoscopes are going to come into play? Because we have a bunch of identical pictures, and one of them is slightly different, which means someone tampered with the camera. I think that's what might happen. One of them is going to create a stereoscopic effect, which means that someone tampered with the camera.
Rather prodigal, I feel.
In fact, there are two such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here.
You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
That's a bit of friar tuck, eh, bruv?
Lady Luck loves us skulking.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
Must have been just south of 1. Right, bruv?
Must have been, Nash, must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence.
Good lord! It's the defendant! Miss Gina Lestrade!
That's bad. That's quite incriminating.
As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter, no doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom.
Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
Photograph of Gina has been entered into the court record.
I don't believe it. Ginny!
In short, sumari, the accused is the only person who could have possibly killed Mr. Windibank.
Oh. Is this, Gregson, maybe? Or is this, defendant? Yeah, it's probably gonna be, I'm going for him.
I say, my lord.
Oh. Yep. Knew it.
Wonder if I might put in a word at this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Took a bally bullet in the knee at the Battle of Maiwand. 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us in the battlefield.
Yes, Mr. Foreman. And what exactly is your point?
Is he blushing? Has he always been a little blushy? Why are you looking to the side like that? Is it because this sprite is also used for front-facing, perhaps?
Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand?
Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct?
In the manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garrett Squadron's position, sir.
What? No! It's too soon to make a judgment here.
Status report from the court, men, on the double.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I can reach out and touch it.
I wouldn't have left it in there, I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop.
I love his little rat. I love that rat so much.
I'm very sorry for brothers. They're unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leading in this matter.
A mouse jelly? Did I say rat? What did I call it? I have no memory of the words coming out of my mouth.
Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh,
Guilty.
they're saying it for me.
Guilty. Guilty.
I think you said rat. Oh my god, its ears are... Oh, it jumped up a little when he slammed down on the guilty verdict.
It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Ginny didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Oh my god, he's on it. He's on it right now. Very well. The court grants permission, Uryu.
So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising.
We shall proceed immediately with summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready?
I really feel the emotional core of this game would hit harder if they didn't spam summation examinations and, oh no, it's all guilty, because it just won't work and you know it won't stick. It is what it is. It's just you have to have your all is lost moment, I think. I think they do need to do a better job of, I hope in the second game, making it seem like the jury is slowly won over instead of like all at once most of the time. That's what it feels like. It feels like something happens, then everyone's like, okay, guilty, fuck this guy, and then you like win 2 people over, and stuff like that. In the end of case 5, then you, at the end of case 5, then you got hit with the despair. Yeah, I think that would be a lot more effective if like they slowly got won over to guilty, and then everyone was guilty, and then you won it back, and then some definitive evidence dropped later in the trial, and everyone immediately flipped to guilty. That would hit a lot harder. Additionally, I just want to take a moment real quick. Oh, accidentally bumped my mic. I want to talk about what I think is going on with Van Zeeks, because it's a... Oh no, I ran over a cord. How did the back wheel get over that? How is that possible? How does this even happen? Never mind, we got it. We fixed it. We saved it. Anyway. So, with Van Zeeks, the thing that I think is going on with him is that the Reaper of the Bailey legend is essentially being used as he's being used as a scapegoat by the government for politically sanctioned killings. Essentially, he is he is prosecuting in trials where the sentence is death, and that means that if he is successful in the trial, then the guilty party, or the person that the government wants dead, is sentenced to death. They are killed. And if an innocent verdict is achieved, they somehow end up dying regardless. So being against the Reaper of the Bailey is a death sentence one way or another. Van Zeeks, for this part, I think is not complicit in this. I think he is fully a scapegoat, and as far as his role in the process, in the proceedings, he understands on some level that if someone is against him, they are going to die. And for him, he has had to frame his mind in such a way that either he convinces himself that they are guilty so that he doesn't have to bear the guilt of their death, or he understands that they're dead no matter what, and so a quick, ruthless trial is as close to a mercy killing as he can provide them. Because even if they get an innocent verdict, all of that hope is going to be stuffed out when they're killed anyway. So I think that's why he comes across as so aggressive, because to him, that's the only mercy that he can grant these people. In addition to what I assume he believes is chasing the truth in some cases. So it's either chasing the truth, which he believes, or at the very least giving them a swift death.
Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready?
Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps.
Very good.
He's a tortured soul that needs someone to discover the truth, understand his situation, and maybe give him a little smooch. Yeah. You see, Satisfactory 1.2 is out, and there's a huge new quality of life research unlock. I did not see that. I haven't played Satisfactory in probably over a year.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
I gotta say, I'm very happy they brought back these jurors in particular, because they all have very distinct, easy to remember voices that I will not, like, I won't fuck it up because I remember them. In particular, Mr. Garrett was very fun to do, and this guy is very fun to do because I'm just doing an impression of a character from the Stormlight Archives audiobooks. Ahem. In the computer tier of Criterion research, you can now get an upgrade that lets you daisy chain power between machines. Ooh, fun.
All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketian.
As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
Now, I haven't left it in there. I should think there'll be repercussions. Sorry, I have left it in there. I should think there'll be repercussions by now.
Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. So he doesn't care about Gina, he cares about the Skulkins. The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively.
The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone.
Jelly is chowing through these streams, am I? Oh, well, yeah, no, I have 4 scheduled this week. We might be able to finish on Thursday if I go long.
And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bullet trigger.
Well, yeah, because she doesn't practice trigger discipline. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh dear, how these cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to this situation that we've yet to see.
Agreed.
Legally distinct moon guy? Yeah, it's Mac tonight. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination, Uryu. Okay. Fucking Gregson in the back there, aura farming. That's my goat. Excuse me. Is it just me, or is the fire near the judge lower FPS? I believe so, yes. 3DS game. Alright, so first things first. Let's look at the print. Why can't we see the other ones? I want to see the other prints. God, I love this revolver. Hold it! All right, let's see. What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo?
Sorry? What? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
What does that have to do with stereo? But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun.
All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information.
By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes?
Ooh, how did you know?
Let's call it a lucky guess.
It never gets old seeing 2 prints merge into one before your eyes.
Oh, 2 prints merge into one, huh? Hold on a minute. Oh, I think I know what happened here. They had so many identical ones to work with, they could forge one since they all have the same framing. Is there any indication that this has been spliced? I really hope that's it, because if so, that's really clever writing, and I will feel very clever for picking up on it. It's extraordinary! It's captivating! It's the height of modernity! Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay, giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen! If only you could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Okay. We'll press you, because it worked last time. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? Keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that.
So sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
A surgeon? Totally passed me by.
Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains are in the field.
So, what is it that you think you've left behind?
Well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. A standard thing. Went through the abdomen. But when I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
What? Did he... Surely not!
Exactly. Surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what has been troubling me this whole time. Would I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I wouldn't. So, you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really.
That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter.
That's exactly my concern. Seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now I'm sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure.
I'm sure you'll need to be more sure. Let's see, mind made up, stop, global transmission, global radio transition of verdict to stop. And we say no, let's hold it here. Please tell me you're not Bill. It's okay, we're just saying it, oh my god. Oh my god. The fucking first chance he gets, the literal first opportunity he gets. Please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? I believe that is such a rumor. Such a rumor. It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And witchcraft fits. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right. That didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. We treated like vicious criminal all the time. It's very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. And the crimes they committed. The Skulkin brothers? Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not-so-little misunderstanding that needs to be cleared up, that I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris.
What is it, Runo?
The jurors are chosen at random for the inhabitants of London town, are they?
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it?
In that case, How is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks, for all the world, like a revolutionary?
I wish I knew.
I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors. Trial will be over.
But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone.
Yes, so we need to find contradictions with what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. Must be ready to go whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Alright. Press U now.
Hold it! Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this.
Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn-up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then.
Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? Are you trying to coerce the jury right now? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore, you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything.
Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garadeb house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out, and I couldn't get a bloody soul to take up the tenancies.
Oh.
Haven't had the heart to break the news to Judy yet. Bad enough that the old girls are clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot. But not for us, that's for dashed certain.
Wait, did she go to jail? Hold on. She went to jail for that? Well, I guess she would, even if it was an accident, huh? Interesting. Well, that sucks.
You did do rather a lot. But not for us, that's for dashed certain.
I suppose not.
Of course. There can be no suggestion being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously.
Obviously. But honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2. Oh, okay, that's why he's blushy-crushy. I see.
Hold it!
Noted. Polishing the bench, I see. Again, maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpursers, and crossmen. Scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. Or at least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Are Kudere maids overdone? No. I think they're done a perfectly salient amount. I like them quite a lot. They fit the mold rather well, I believe. That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits reading Rancid magazine in between my duties. He does wonders, cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes? A maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very great detective. Minor detail, it was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Okay, yeah. So now we will pit her against him.
Objection!
Objection! These 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord! Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement. Contradictory. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene of the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I just now realized that this is, like, a a double pun on this one. Because they're skulking because they're sneaking around, but they're skull-kin because they've got the skull symbol and they're brothers. So they're skullkin. That's pretty good. That's very, very fun. I like that a lot. I have mouse. Yes, and I shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen, A, B, D. Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. You are telling the court you didn't hear. I like that the mouse is reading with him. The mouse is flipping his little head across. That's adorable. Oh my god. Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is for abdomen, part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I'm Russian, not native speaker. We thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again. He doesn't do this, unfortunately, but I love the idea of a guy who keeps looking into a phrase book for more and more elaborate and specific translations, and it becomes increasingly clear that there's no way it would contain such phrases. That's very fun, yes. It's a classic bit, the guidebook that contains extremely specific information, but it's a good one nonetheless. For this one, I would probably go, maybe like that. So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before, we never done nothing. But truth is, they shot detective. This is double negative. I love how methodical he is, that he moves his hands away from his mouth. It's very, very fun. I wish the mouse was doing it too. The juror icons make it look like the mouse is wearing glasses. Yes, that's exactly right. No! You're killing him! You're killing him! Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems, surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? This is Mouse gripping her chinchillas. Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Yes, it is, Runo. Easily.
Sorry?
With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder.
Huh.
If you compare the printed pictures to Ginny in the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Hooey, Mr. Prosecutor!
Tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight.
So this was taken after Hurley was shot, then? As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken.
Yeah, it moves a little. That does seem to be the case. Can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. Can I see them side by side, please? So, the brothers who look like criminals only tell one lie. They shot the man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You are right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue the trial. Oh, well, all right then. A rather reasonable man, this villain Borshevik.
Yay! Well done, Bruno. The balance is shifting.
Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation into our favor still.
Thank you, Counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand the new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence.
YouTuber voice, can you beat the Great Ace Attorney Adventures before Joe starts reading again on Wednesday? The answer is no. No, I'll probably finish on Thursday, I think. So we'll have a little bit of overlap. But that's it. You know, just the one day. I'll go long. I'll maybe start early if I need to. That's gonna suck, actually. Holy shit. Oh, no. Concurrent streaming of the same game is gonna be... It's fine. It'll be one day. It'll be okay. I'll live. Maybe I'll... Well, we'll see how I'm feeling, because that might be the day that I cut. Maybe I'll finish it up next week on a day he's not... We'll figure it out. It's fine. Post-shooting photograph has been entered into the court record. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that.
In the lake of lies are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore, I say not guilty verdict.
Okay. Yep. Look. They're different. This shifted. What's missing, though? How do I present that? Ask the stereo... Well, we can't really ask him. We'd have to present it. We haven't pressed her yet. She's the last one we haven't pressed, so we'll press her again. Sorry, radio transmission? Just turn on your 3DS's 3D slider if you need help. Thank you, Topi. I'll be sure to do just that. What do you mean?
Are you from the Far East? Stop.
Yes, from the Empire of Japan.
All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. But now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cable have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world.
Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? Psycho Mantis? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it.
You're well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop.
And just when I was starting to catch up.
Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop.
Right. Try not to wear out your fingers.
Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope at the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Oh, he's pissed. Oh my, he's so fucking, oh my, he's so mad. Excuse me. Juror number 3, sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do! Say that again! Go on, I dare you!
Goodness, are you talking to me?
I think he just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh?
Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional.
What a great way to appease the man. What a great way to appease the man. There we go.
No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all.
You just don't know!
Pardon?
I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, you could reveal hidden clues you never noticed before. What?
Have you got any, Bruno? Any prints we can look at with a stereoscope?
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. No, none spring to mind. How about this print here? That should do the trick, I think. This one? Nope. Sorry. There we go. Take that! Take that! Literally, here, take it. It's yours. All right, then. Juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can! Very well, then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Give me one more print and I'll amaze you all! Let me just, Take that! Give you that one. All right. These 2 prints were both taken with the same camera at Windibanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Yeah, we had like 4 explanations already. Oh my god, we don't need to do this again. Just tell me to tune my 3D slider on my 3DS already. Oh my god. Fuck it, just do it already. Just show me what's going on. I gave you the right evidence. Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday and the day before. The left and right eye just need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the position of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were in depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that's really important. So, what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then? Oh wait, this is new. Hold on. This is new. No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally anyway. So now we're going to use the fact that we can see something to indicate that something has changed.
Oh!
I don't know. I don't like that. I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I don't like that. I mean, clip it and use it forever. That'll be a good one, but I didn't like that. That was a weird-ass noise. I didn't like that one.
Of course! Now I see!
I think the young girl's discovered the secret!
I have!
Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me?
Have another look at these pictures from Hurley's camera, Bruno. Go on.
Yeah, okay.
Can you see there's a really obvious difference between them?
Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second.
Oh, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Go, turn the 3D slider on your 3DS up.
All right, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait.
Well, did you manage to see it properly, Bruno?
Yes, I saw it. Yep. Ah! What's going on with these 2 pictures? Some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. The fucking... Yes! That's it, you see! That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes! Other amazing power?
Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things in the counter seem to jump out at you like that, hmm?
Can I ask you for an art fast pass? Hit me with it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we play it pretty fast and loose with the fast pass. There's something really important. Yeah, sure. Make sure to post it in the in the fan art channel as well if you like. Oh my god, how long have you had this ready in advance? Sorry. Victorians have no idea what lawyers go through.
What's my favorite technological curio? Oh, that's elementary. Why, it has to be the delightful little apparatus known as the stereoscope. Seriously? You've never heard of the stereoscope? It's only the most fascinating modern inventions from novel home entertainment ever made.
Oh, none of the evidence in your court record looks useful? Well, as a matter of fact, I just happen to have a pair of two nearly identical, but slightly different photographic prints right here. Allow me to just pop them into my stereoscope and let's observe. I adore this Iris. So this is the cutest Iris I've ever seen. Oh, she's so coy. I love it so much. Also, he's got the fucking broccoli fade. Jesus. Thank you, Errol.
I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally.
In other words, Sumari, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, it shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions.
Yes, there must have been.
Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master.
What? Me? I haven't the first idea.
You do know, Runo. It's quite simple.
It is?
Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken, but the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means...
That means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter.
Zookers!
Someone tampered! New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes, we've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems, but I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom?
Are you suggesting you might know?
Of course. I can tell you right away who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Van Zee! Well, I guess, it's one or the other, I suppose. Claims to be a professional baddie by trade. Literally, their job is evil person.
Take that!
Take that! It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers.
Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrasebook says dukes is meaning hands, and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But this is another lie. Is this what you're saying?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Now, hold on a minute there. You can't be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse, after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely.
And why, exactly?
As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. The accused is a pickpocketer, common gutter trash. Why look any further for a wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, ma'am. No better, in fact worse, than a pick purse. No way! I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, If you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves?
Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair.
With his head? With his fucking head? Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. We'll return her home via Regent Street. Stop. Worried on that one. The very fun bit that she's moved from the typewriter to the telegram.
Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. Uryu. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue.
Yay! Well done! Oh, by the way,
What?
you should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but all right. Stereoscope has been entered into the court record.
Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them.
I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord.
We did it! Won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night, at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Perfect time. We're 2 hours in. It's the perfect point for a break. Holy shit. Wow. Awesome. Flipped up the blanket for it. I don't know if you can tell if the audio quality changed at all when I did that. So we'll get to a point where there's some music. And then we will take our quick 5-10 minute break. Mods, if you could get a scran bet rolling, I would appreciate it. I'm going to go probably get something to eat real quick.
Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand.
All right. I want them on screen. On screen.
I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination.
Oh, yeah, Governor. Okay. Break time. Back in 5 to 10. See y'all in a few. I'm back. Hello. Hi, everyone. Scrandle and Chandle up for today. Scrandle. Alrighty. Oh, I need that higher up there. Okay. Good to go. Good to go. All right. Of course, gotta get the Saito open, naturally. All right. Nothing to work with just yet. So the problem is I don't have a developed endgame for when this happens. I think then I should try to go for an Umineko-chan. But I think this one was from 2020. There's some of them are from... What? I'm trying to remember which ones were made during the first one. No, we need to determine a range. We need a chan from 2023. I think I usually go Barrel Chan here next. Oh, okay. Good hit. Good hit. Okay, so it's Chrome. It's from 2023. It has 2 drawings. That's going to be Dude Chan. No. Oh, come on. Come on. I lost the 50-50. Fuck! Oh, I lost the 50-50. Damn it. Man. I didn't know that she'd been drawn twice. Yeah. Here's Dude Chan and Dude Chan. And then Chrome Germ again for the Gorgeous View collab. The neck tattoos are new in this one. It's a fun little update. Can't win them all. Yes, we can. Sorry. Yes, we chan. Not bad. Getting a pretty obscure chan in 4, I'll take it. I will gladly take it. All right, and of course, the main event. I'm gonna report. It's asking and can we choose it? Yes, can we choose it? You know? Yeah, I think we scran. Let's go for it. For those who scran after, probably one of the best pizzas we've ever seen on Scrandle versus an extremely decent looking burger. I'd take the pizza. The lettuce is quite bad. Tomato on a burger's so good though. Okay. This is just slop. That pie looks raw. Oh my god, you're making me choose! You're making me choose! Jesus Christ, they both suck! Oh, man. Hi, Merrick. Thanks for the slop. We'll read after Scrandle. Left? Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Thank you, Bruce, for the other slop. Okay. It's not this, dude. It's not this. This is the most picture-perfect hot dog and crinkle-cut fries I have ever seen. If this is sub 50, I'm pissed. That's way too low for how perfect that was. It's not this. Holy shit. It's gonna be the melon soda float, man. What the fuck? Meatballs and... That's some pretty decent looking meatballs and pasta for 2 pounds also. It's the mushy peas and the gravy, man. This is swamp bog soup. Right. Barbecue, loaded fries, obviously. Absolutely, yes. It's not whatever this is, dude. What the fuck? Okay, now hear me out. Hear me out. That pizza slice has aura, especially for $4.45. That's a massive pizza slice for $4.45. And this sausage roll, frankly, doesn't look too good. Yeah. What's wrong with that pizza? Rocky Mountain oysters or Greek pita wrap. I just don't like... I don't like the vibes here. I'm going left. All right. Lock in. Right. Holy shit. A perfect scran? A perfect scran? That easy? Well, not that it's an unexpected result from one such as myself, but does feel good. Maybe one of the easiest perfect scrans we've ever gotten, honestly. God damn. Flawless. I think this was probably the hardest one. And this loses because of the swamp. Let's see here. This one was an easy loss. Because not only is this a slab of fucking spam, the bun also looks like raw pork. This is picturesque. This is perfect. This loses because it's gross, even though this is insulting. Melon soda. This looks quite delightful. I haven't had soft serve in a hot minute. I think I'm going to get some soft serve today. There's a place nearby me that has soft serve. I'm going to get myself a soft serve cone. I deserve it. I deserve a little treat. This, I'll be honest with you, the only problem I have with this sauce is that I can see chunks of tomato in it, and I don't like chunks of tomato in my tomato sauce. I like a smooth sauce, which is weird because I do like tomato on things. I just don't like it when it's bits and chunks. Wonder why. Either way, really good price for what looks like some pretty good pasta. Although it is a little upsetting they've been given a spoon to eat ziti and meatballs. Obvious winner here. Obvious winner here. Well, not obvious, but that bun looks awesome, and it's a breakfast sandwich, so that's an insane buff. I don't know why this is only, like, this is sub 60. This pizza slice has aura. And it looks good. This, like, little like, freckles of like, the caramelized cheese on top. That's the best. When you have a pizza with that, that's what you're looking for right there. This was a tough one, but like, that's just a giant pita full of lamb. Like, that looks awesome. And then this one was easy because that's gross, and this looks pretty good. Jambalaya, man. Oh, I've never had jambalaya. I'd love to try it sometime. Going off for the day, been a long one. See ya. Have a good one, Cactus. Hope you have a nice night. Let me pay out the believers. Flash prediction. Choose outcome. The 57% voting for a perfect scran today. Wow. The believers. The majority rules in this case. 3.5K going to Meeple. Not a lot of people voted for stuff. Anyway, we've got some slop to read. Let me grab my flashlight like I'm reading under the blanket after dark real quick. Only 2 more slop redeems in. There's one left there. Got Chapter 8. None of the chapters have titles, by the way. McGarvey woke at dawn to the smell of freshly brewed coffee. Pete was asleep, turned away from him on her side, the sheet pulled up under her chin, her hair tousled. Last night had been as marvelous as it had been troubling for him. Marvelous because he was with old friends, but troubling because Otto had dwelled pretty hard on the past. He got up, pulled on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, and went downstairs. Poured a cup of coffee and went outside, where Otto, wearing old swim trunks, his long hair wet, was sitting on a poolside table, a folder in front of him. Good morning. Otto looked up. Are there any more lighthouses for sale around here? I think Lou and I could get used to this. You'd be bored in 5 minutes, McGarvey said, sitting down. The breeze was gorgeous, slightly cool with a nearly constant light breeze of the sea. Did I say the breeze? The morning was gorgeous, slightly cool with a nearly constant light breeze off of the sea. They were isolated up here, but whenever he flew to Athens, took the ferry across, and hiked up to the lighthouse, it was as if he had tucked himself in and pulled the covers over his head. Until Pete, he was always lonely here, but each time it was what he needed to get his head straight. A week, sometimes a month, or even 2, and he was ready to return to the world. Having Otto and Luis here made him realize that dwelling on the past was doing him absolutely no good, and he almost wished that they had brought some bad news. We'd have to have a pool, but a real one, with chlorinated water, Otto said. I like the smell. Weird. I think I like the smell of a chlorinated pool as well, though. I haven't been to the pool in a while. It's been a long, long time. Last page. We could always have a truckload of seaweed brought up and spread it around. When it started to rot, you'd have the same smell. Otto smiled. He pushed the folder across. Pete and I should dig this up and bring it up. Should dig this up and bring it over. Said you were talking about... Pete said I should dig this up and bring it over. Said you were talking in your sleep. What is it? McGarvey asked, reaching for the folder. Your parents. Max stayed his hand. It's 20 years ago. 28 this month, I checked. 20 years ago. Jesus. McGarvey looked away. He thought a lot about Katie and about the other women in his life who had been killed because of him. But each year around this time, he was brought back to the early morning phone call from Bob Ware in the aftermath. No way to make this easy, Kirk, but your parents were killed last night in a car accident, the ranch manager had said. McGarvey had been unable to grasp what Bob was telling him. The news was so far out of any sort of reality that it was impossible to comprehend. Cops said it looked as if a Pathfinder evidently clipped the rear end of the MG, went off the road and flipped over. No seatbelts. What about the SUV driver? The car wasn't badly damaged, still drivable, but whoever was behind the wheel evidently took off on foot. Plates? Colorado. Cops are checking. Catch a flight to Dodge City. I'll come pick you up. Stay at the ranch, in case the cops come up with anything, McGarvey said. I'll rent a car. Katie woken up. Who was it? Bob Ware. My parents are dead. Oh my god, Kirk. The remainder of that week, including the funeral, had been surreal. No trace had been found of the other driver, nor had any evidence been found of the SUV. It had been an accident. Plain and simple. The driver... Back to it, then. Oh, yeah, Governor.
I did, Gov, I did.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
God, blimey!
This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks.
That was a bed of them soon as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes at me Lucy Lockets.
However, that was a lie! You brothers!
God, blimey!
On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter.
We never done nothing of the sort! How'd you figure that out?
You will now give formal testimony once again. What's your favorite accent to act out? Probably Sholmes or Gregson, I think. Sholmes and Gregson are the most fun ones, I think. Those two would make a great emote pair. Absolutely, yeah. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time, you will tell the truth.
Each lie that passes the lips... each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again.
You promise? Is that so, Errol? Is it... Interesting. Alright. Noted. As we were.
A thought worth pondering, perhaps.
Say no more, Gov. We hear you.
We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach.
Well, you're apples and pears, so... Guess not. Illegal entry. The whole truth. I love how Gregson is just here.
All right, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing.
It was when we heard the gunshot, see? It made us both jump and all that stuff went flying.
Lummy, it didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking a shooter'd come out the door to get us next.
We stuck everything back where we found it and scampered. Straight into him in the black. Straight into him in the black.
We couldn't have shot at the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense's accusations. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no.
That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah.
He's pissed.
Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled upon hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess.
Why, you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all.
We don't, Nash. We don't. Can't you make us sound a bit more cutthroat?
Can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windibank's last night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. My brain auto-corrected it to pawnbrokery. Sorry, Merrick, that was last stream's go live notification. You're a whole day late on that one. Love the cut-ins there. Let's see what we're working with here. Rifle into nothing. Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Not gonna be fright. Who's thinking the shooter would come out the door to get us next? Love the animation when he's switching in there. See, we couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? Hey, that's not true.
Hold it! Hold it!
And why should we believe that?
Eh? What? Well, 'cause it's true, isn't it?
That place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, sumari, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windibank. Correct?
You've got it, mister!
Down to a T!
But the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windibank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? The full extent of their testimony?
Bruno, you look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired.
Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. No proof to support it.
Well, feelings can be very logical at times.
Sorry?
People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in your brain, and your brain will quietly analyze it and come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about that testimony without knowing why. That's all. I think you should trust your instincts.
Iris, thank you. Sometimes, I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Alright. I think it's during this one.
Hold it!
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then?
Not on your life!
It went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up me. But anyway, door was locked, wasn't it? No way that was opening.
Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe.
It was, Gov, it was. From the inside.
Right, so we had nowhere to know what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps? Don't ring no bells, no lights, no light, or don't light no lights.
We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that.
We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day, we'll really cut the mustard. Please, cut it out.
But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away.
Yes, unfortunately. This one feels relevant because it's showing me a cutscene then. Gina was in there, unconscious with a gun in her hand.
To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov, that's right.
Couldn't have even if we wanted to. I have a feeling the layout is going to be important right now. Fucking love that animation. All right, so let's see what we're working with here. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there.
We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up.
You're shaking like a leaf. Don't put a loaded gun in your hand.
Good advice, miss, good advice.
Truth be told, me mind went totally blank.
Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand.
A mental note made, miss.
After that, we laid it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped the derbies on us like winking. And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah.
But listen, that proves it, doesn't it, eh?
Well, I mean, why was I given this? Obviously so I could present it later.
You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see?
And then, when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions.
The important thing is to get the right position of the 2 prints.
I don't know who came up with the idea of stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Let's press the rest and see what happens.
Hold it!
Go for this one. So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter? Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on.
Look, it was loud, all right? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up at that bang.
Big brother screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. I knocked over a load of books, candlestick and some skull, whatnot.
I got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked over them scales on the floor.
You've really mastered working quietly then.
What a racket! Me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that.
So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some! I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, BAM! Oh, Gregson time?
Excuse me.
Excuse me! Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add?
Oh, I can't keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels.
No? Something to add about their testimony? You seemed to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something?
It's probably nothing, of course. Wouldn't even bother to mention it, only, well, fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore little details.
How about you just tell us what's on your mind?
As you know, they brought these fellas in from the yard for questioning last night. The statement they gave told a slightly different story than what they're saying now. Oh!
Did it?
You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. It does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. Can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? I discover the witness's testimony has any more sloppy. If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them.
Easy, easy! We'll get it right this time.
That's it! Yep, it's all coming back to me now!
Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details you have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs.
Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!"
Okay, well...
Objection.
No? Okay, sorry. Jumped the gun on that one. My bad. Because she already had the gun. Oh, well, I guess it could have been him.
I'm sorry, Counsel, but I failed to see the contradiction.
Oh!
And for heaven's sake, would you kindly desist from that wide-eyed, panic-stricken look you are wont to wear?
But it's the only panic-stricken look I know. Press on that one. So, in fact, you heard a voice, and you heard the voice in the gunshot almost simultaneously.
We did, Gov, we did!
Although, I suppose you're being honest. We heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all.
If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing.
Career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell?
Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was.
From the storeroom where the victim was found dead.
And the voice you heard was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank.
On me granny's life. Of course it was.
On his granny's life! Of course it was! Isn't his grandma dead? So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winterbank and the sound of his voice?
So that would mean... what? What, Nash, what? Any ideas?
Yes, Counsel. Indeed it would.
Nah, we didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when the bloke in all the fancy clobber's giving us the evil eye?
If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true.
Oh, on me granny's life it is. On his granny's life it must be.
It's a good job his granny's dead.
To summarize then, Sumari, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then heard a gunshot.
Can I just wander in and say, and thank you for actually playing a game right now instead of watching the flippin' special event? Is there a special event going on right now? What? Am I missing a special event? Oh, state of play! Okay, yeah, no, I don't really care very much. Anyway, you are welcome to stop in. Happy to have you. If anything interesting pops up, feel free to tell me, I guess.
Causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy.
Don't forget we tidied up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it... bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Okay, now I can fucking... I didn't know there was multiple testimony that got added there. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? Sick, Gov. You got the picture. Well, actually, I do have the picture.
He has, Nash, he has, no question.
Well, yeah. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
Objection! They made me physically jump in a way I've never jumped before by showing the Ace Combat Studios logo. Ooh.
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more?
Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right!
Too right, Nash, too right. That old geezer could have been able to turn the tables on that girl, eh?
Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Well, hold on. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses. A skulkin's never shokin'! Let's see. I do like that they didn't, like, they were like, no, that's not quite right, but it did give me something to work with. How do you know that he was holding the gun? You're saying that Mr. Winterbank had a gun in his hands. Oh yeah! Bet that was a sight, eh? Two of them waving them guns at each other. Must have got pretty heated. Guns plural. I mean, just before he shouted, we had the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot.
Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Winterbank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course.
Good grief! Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded something like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only a person was going to shoot, beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper.
Bet he wished he'd squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun."
And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time, Glove. Give me that gun! Bam!
Kind of thing.
Yes, career in acting very tragically missed. And we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck before everything went dead quiet.
After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up.
Okay, so... Huh. I guess I would just need to present the gun itself then, maybe.
Objection.
Nope. Okay. Sorry, I forgot to read for a second. Present Winterbank's gun. Let's just consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we? What implications, Counsel? Nothing strikes me about it. That's right, there's nothing striking about it! What does strike me is your propensity for the inane, however. I need to clear my head and come at this again from a different angle. Okay, so I know that this is what I need to object to. That's it? It's the full extent of their testimony? What is it? Look very fierce. I'm not sure on this one. I don't know what it wants from me here. Like, I can see that the problem is if there were a scuffle, he couldn't have been shot in the back. I can see that part. And clearly she had the gun, and they're mentioning multiple guns. But I don't know what... I'm gonna present it again and see if there's something I missed there.
Objection!
Because the music stops on this one. Okay, you're saying that in question, the victim is in a window with a wielding gun. Is that correct? It got the picture. Yes, no question. Yet the photographic evidence time is it clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not in possession of a firearm. Chronology is severely lacking. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here then. Should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. I don't know what I'm supposed to present here. If I'm supposed to present the autopsy report, that feels wrong.
Objection!
No, I don't want to present... I wanted to examine it. I wanted to examine it.
Objection!
Should have just fired instead of... No, not press. Okay, Mr. Windibank had a run. Two of them waving guns at each other. Must have gotten pretty heated. That feels like it should be added to the testimony. Okay, yeah, they're acting it out. Yeah, they're acting it out. I think that's supposed to indicate to you that they're saying he reached for the gun and was then shot, but he was shot in the back. So I think it wants me to present... I think it wants me to present the autopsy report.
Objection!
No, okay, I've got no clue what it wants from me right now. Because when I press them, they're saying a lot of stuff that I could clearly object to. But in this statement, the only thing that I can object to is them saying that he had the gun, and the only piece of evidence I have that contradicts that is this. Or the gun itself, which was in Gina's possession when she was unconscious. I don't know what the game wants from me right now. I'm gonna save so that we don't have to restart whenever I try the next thing, and it's probably wrong. I don't get it. I don't get it. I would very much like a hint. Yes, please. None of that's relevant. No idea. Signs of a single discharge, signs of a single round being fired. Because their testimony implies that they both had guns. And the way they're acting out the scene implies that he reached for the gun, which can't be the case if he was shot through the back. So I got them to say that just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." Look on the place was holding a gun, so he could have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Did you press statement 5? This one? Yeah, that's what led to us getting this. We pressed this statement and then Gregson interrupted. I think that's what led to these two being available. We'll press it again just in case.
Hold it!
Yeah, at Harlock, yeah. Bit hasty. Truth be told, shaking like a leaf this whole bit. Good advice. After that, light down the street. On the revolver. It's clearly indicating to me that this is the statement I need to press on, or that I need to object on. Because when I present this, it's not telling me that I'm wrong, it's just telling me that it's not conclusive.
Objection!
Okay. All right. I'm going to come out and say it. That's bad. That's really bad. That's really quite terrible. I gotta say. That's bad. That's very bad. That's not a great first impression. Uh-oh. That's rough. Okay, so you're telling me that they thought about this enough to introduce, like, objections that are close but not quite to show that you're on the right track. However, these two pieces of evidence that both definitively prove that he was shot in the back do not result in this. This one is wrong, but this one is right, even though they both tell you the exact same thing. That's bad. That's really bad. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that... How are we getting to this? That's fine. That's it, Gov. You got the picture?
Yes, Nasher, yes, no question.
Yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows... It's that he doesn't have a gun? That's fine. I can tank that. It's okay. I was tunnel visioning on the everything else that was being indicated to me. My apologies. That's fine. That Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description.
You what?
Gordon Bennett! That ain't right!
Objection! There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand.
Yeah! That mole tooler? That mole tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off! Give me that gun! Bam!
Kind of thing.
Hold it! Stay exactly where you are. Right there!
Eh?
If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out.
Goodness! Are you sure, counsel?
Okay, now's where I present the autopsy report, I think.
You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments?
Take that!
Yeah. I was just one step ahead of what it wanted from me. Because I first needed to prove that he didn't have a gun. Which I should have gotten from the fact that him not having the gun gave me the almost got it kind of thing. We weren't quite at got shot in the back yet. Okay. According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of, "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. But it's the God's honest truth!
It is, Nash, it is. When we was shot that night. When he was shot that night.
Shopkeeper had a gun in his hand! We saw it with our own bleeding eyes! Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun? Somehow like that might have slipped out.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Nash,
Ah! Got him. Fucking got his ass.
Order! Order! Order!
Witnesses, explain yourselves at once.
Well, the thing is, weren't supposed to,
It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you.
Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies?
Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we,
Cut it out, Nash, cut it out! If we blab now, we know what it'll do to us.
Who are they talking about?
Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you.
Ruff, come on, the game's up.
But we'll have our guts out. We'll have our guts for garters.
In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out.
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth.
Okay. Got him. Cornered. And with the victim.
Alright, so we just got inside and Gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug.
Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it.
For old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room.
We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
Okay, well...
So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop.
Well, yeah, sorry.
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But honest, Governor, this time,
Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide.
Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Okay. Counter with the victim. So, just got inside. Showed his mug. Bellowed. Then he flew at us like he was possessed. Thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, looked strong as an ox, chucked me over the counter. Pulled the gun on him, and he legged it through that door into the back room. Press him on that one, because it doesn't make any sense. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank? No, never! I was just, looking out for me bruv, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget! By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes.
And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that it?
Back from State of Play. Welcome back, Topi. Hope there was something interesting there. Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away and ran off through that door and shut himself in. Something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran away into the storeroom. Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun.
Yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again?
I have no idea. That's strange, isn't it?
A little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it.
Look, the point is, me and me brother here. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and me brother here.
Do I have evidence that talks about that? I want to send it. I'm just going to send it. And if we die, we die. Going for it. Send it.
Objection!
Nope, death. Just load that back again. Alright, so not quite yet. No longer a deathless playthrough, damn.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted those words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh. Were they maybe inside the storeroom first? Oh, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah.
Was the victim, Mr. Windibank, wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey, lummy! Great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece.
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with a gun at that time. Is that right?
It is, Gov, it is! Spot on!
And all of a sudden, it came at us, he did!
It's bedlam. I didn't know who was yelling for who!
You were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought we had it. I mean,
Hold it!
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too.
well, yeah, of course we did.
I knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot.
That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked over them scales on the floor.
So, in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter.
Big brother went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I tell you. And the old geezer pinned him.
He did, Nash, he did! If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There was a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim.
That's right. The brothers fled the scene and back onto the street. They ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Windibank. He did everything he could to protect his shop. Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it. Did you say you had nothing to do with it?
Nothing at all!
Nothing, Gov, nothing! The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he?
Locked it was, from the inside!
We know it was, because we tried to open it.
But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Ah! It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, Counsel?
I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank? Well, whose gun is it? Do they just have the one gun between the two of them? Could have been. Let's see. He's gonna ask me to present Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What?
What's that look for?
From the moment you admitted that you encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely.
It did? What is your point, my learned friend?
Question we must answer is who else could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all.
You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be?
Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums.
Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe?
Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time?
Understood, my lord.
Are you all right, Bruno?
Not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely.
So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun.
Well, on the outside of the door.
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here.
And an answer to the second question. Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time?
It would be inside.
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom.
Continue.
Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired?
So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom?
Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony,
I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room.
if Mr. Windibank ran away through the door, you have to assume that the door was open at the time. Oh, that's not where I was going. It was at precisely that moment, when the victim was fleeing for his life, that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Oh no, whoa. Cool.
Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Oh man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety.
Of course! He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory.
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winterbank.
Objection!
Oh,
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock?
but... What if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door.
Is that so?
Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? Well, Gina, of course.
Take that!
You slam it again. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection! That's absurd! You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. For what possible reason? What such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck?
I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Well, obviously, to fucking escape from the gunfire. Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
Of course, Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
It does?
Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could.
Fascinating that this is even a player choice when it is Gina or Windabake's remarkably articulate cadaver. Yeah, it's either a corpse or a very scared young woman.
I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they?
Oh, yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windabank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windabank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom.
Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom.
Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windabank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done at that moment? I see where you're going with this! Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windabank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
Hold it! But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it!
We ain't, Dove, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one.
You objection, you literally did! That's blatantly untrue! I know for a fact that you would! Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Sherlock Sholmes! Oh no. There's only one logical explanation here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windabank's murder. Yeah, it's just the guns don't match.
No!
Shame I can't do two voices at once.
Now does this leave us?
You mean to say that it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? Should have known it was those three brothers.
They look as shady as a dense forest. That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now.
I know. It's the first time ever. And probably the last.
Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll give a verdict of not.
Uh-oh.
An admirable effort. my learned friend.
What's this now? But yeah, the guns don't match, though. He's laughing?
I find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive.
I dare say such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here.
What?
The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly, credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw.
A fatal flaw?
Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this bully conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George! Count bullets!
Oh dear. You noticed then?
Huh? What's everyone talking about?
Counsel!
Yes, sir!
Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime?
Two bullets.
Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene.
Indeed.
Sorry, gotta take some water here.
Okay, I'm good. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar.
Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, you know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun.
Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each.
Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did. Oh my goodness! I think you'll find
That if a single bullet was fired from the brother's gun at Mr. Sholmes, it means...
Windibank not shot by same gun. Stop! Only one bullet. Stop!
Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Order! Order! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery.
Lord Van Zeeks!
But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent.
Yeah, this is ad hominem. Objection? Objection? Character assassination? Objection? Stop being mean to her? She's literally just a girl? Stop it? Objection? Badgering my client? For no reason?
As we can see beyond doubt in this print which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present.
A disc.
I'll be taking that whatever it is to McGilded's down a yard, thank you very much.
No, you don't.
Sorry.
No, you don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine.
I'm sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Getting some voices mixed up there. Yes, that music box disc. McGilded's music box disc.
The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious!
Oh, wrong one. My girl Morgan here, she was not... My girl Morgan was here, she would not let this slide. True! True! Ryunosuke's just a little guy, though. He's not as experienced.
Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril.
I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim testament of the defendant's character.
Oh, hold it.
Lord Van Zeeks,
Inspector Gregson? What?
Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence.
What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all.
I am unaware of any such meeting. But those are the instructions, right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord.
Indeed. Bailiff.
Okay, so we gotta spray that and see. Van Zeek said, fuck you, this is my courtroom, as he rightly should.
The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character.
And let's just check this out real quick, because see if we can get a little spritz on it. Or McGilded, yes, but the blood. Can we spray that?
Oh, Bruno, look! This is blood!
Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
Aha! And it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. All right, hold still with that disc, Bruno.
Can we get this done quickly, Iris?
In a flash.
Did it? Huh. Right, because the bullet was still lodged in Sholmes. That's why he's in surgery. How did I not notice that? The bullet wouldn't... If the bullet went straight through, he wouldn't be in surgery like that. They had to get the bullet out. So the bullet couldn't be in the wall if it was stuck in Sholmes. Huh.
Ooh, a lovely bright shade again.
Wait, that color...
What is it?
It's just... that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Yep. Yep. Okay. So then it was Mr. Eggert, as it were. Eggert Benedict at the scene of the crime. He was shot by Windibanks. Interesting. Interesting.
The prosecution has established the accused motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add.
His regal little bow.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case.
I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes.
Oh dear. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo.
Oh. Is this, Gregson?
My lord! Oh, my lord! Wonder if I might say something at this point.
Proceed, Mr. Foreman.
Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer's bully obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it.
Oh no!
Very well. The court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Everyone's back to guilty.
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 How did I not notice he hit it with his head the first time? Alright, well, summation examination 2, let's go. It's time. Not again. We have a consensus. We have a
consensus among the jury, it seems.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. Oh, how dare he use it against us?
Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. Still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. That Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt.
Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready?
Garden Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir.
Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty.
All right. It's time. It's time. See what we're working with here. Jurors' contentions.
Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us, law-abiding citizens.
That a hell? Good luck on making yet another guilty sweep. I'll do my best. I think we're probably going to wrap up in about an hour here. Or not in about an hour. We're going to probably get to what I hope is the next save point after the summation examination, and then call it a stream there. Probably. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was the pickpocket.
I never imagined that a simple operation would cause me such grief.
The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
I am ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings. There's nothing I do not know about guns.
That's okay. I see.
It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt.
I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked.
Fantastic word.
I'll know more.
The whole courtroom is turning against me.
It's not fair.
Iris?
That prosecutor's been being mean. Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past. That doesn't make her a murderer.
Pouring his little drink.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually.
That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Would you?
Get his little slap. It's getting real. Yes, my lord. I'm savoring the fruity vintage on my screen right now. One fruity vintage admiring another, I see. Okay, once a rogue, always a rogue. Okay, now feels like the time to press it. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here.
Well, truth is, I couldn't really say that it is nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no question if the man was shot, but the bullet simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
I'm almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on...
What was the fellow's name now? Hairlock? No, Hairlock. No, Hairlock?
Herlock Shelms, by any chance?
Oh, good lord! It was the Hairlock! It was the Hairlock! That Hairlock fellow!
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Shelms?
That's right. That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy!
Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-toothed comb, and I couldn't find the bullet anywhere. I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up.
I hate to state the obvious, but...
Yes?
Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
Counsel for the defense is correct. As is clearly shown in this photographic print, the bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door.
I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you'll just consider the problem three-dimensionally.
Who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
As soon as I saw the wound in the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back?
Of course I did. There wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all.
Okay, yep, got it. Newt, called it. Nice. What?
That's the point! The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? And somebody please explain how it happened. And somebody please solve the mystery.
It's almost as much a mystery as how this jury was put together.
Hold it!
No. Didn't want to press. Mr. Sholmes, the surgeon, is on the jury? I've experienced some coincidences recently, but this is ridiculous.
I'm as surprised as anyone.
But there's no question that Mr. Sholmes was shot.
That's what the police told me when they brought him in.
How bad were his injuries, Doctor?
He was in a bad way. He lost a huge amount of blood, you know. I suspect he was shot at quite close range, too, because his skin was badly burnt around the point of entry.
Burnt?
As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back. But there was no sign of an exit wound, which is why I thought I'd locate the lug and pop it out.
And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient. Their lucky mistrials haven't been invented yet? No, they have. They have. They've been mentioned multiple times. Hold on a minute. Actually, no, hold on. No, that wasn't a mistrial. It was just acquittal. Okay.
I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it's in the wall of the pawnbrokers. But how did it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. Only there was some expert in ballistics who could help, even if he looked extremely untrustworthy.
So we have a disappearing bullet on our hands. Well... I mean, let's save first. Let's save before we send it. We've hit our 20th save. Send it.
Objection!
Objection! Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other.
Oh, a ballistics expert.
P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction of the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly! The snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind. I fell down in the snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. I could not find bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then, where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me.
Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down?
Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from the lump of ice and pierced my body. It made a deep wound that looked just like bullet wound.
Good gracious!
So does that mean that fucking Eggert was like there with us too? Huh? Of course, a piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to mystery. Oh shit! I know what happened. He didn't get hit by a bullet. He got hit by a piece of glass shrapnel from the lamp. They fired through the lamp. Okay. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet.
But that doesn't answer the question at all.
Shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop.
Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here.
Bruno, where exactly was Harry shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt.
Pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps these 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations.
What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
The fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may.
Lord Van Zeeks?
Well, I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom.
Sorry?
As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. So this pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that! One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. I love that Van Ziek can't help but mention that he's not allowed to talk during the summation examinations. I know he's just standing there fucking seething the whole time, just like waiting his turn, like, fuck, it's my turn. It's supposed to be my turn. I can solve this. I can solve this way better than him. It's supposed to be my turn. I have more evidence than he does. Exploded? So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into wall of shop.
Not quite, I don't think.
A delightfully complex aroma.
Ryunosuke, during the summation examination, does a gay little sachet that pisses you off.
Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved, at least.
Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered.
But at least my mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Oh, thank you very much.
Glad I could help.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy.
Enter the court record.
Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion,
Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It would be a valuable clue. Can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around. Somehow. I'm sure of it. See? Oh! There's the bullet! It's really scorched badly here.
Oh, strap is broken, look.
Must be where the bullet hit then.
Let me see.
Yeah, there it is. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it?
Ah, that's the Skulkin brothers' bullet.
A stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. Excuse me, Your Honor. The cops fucking suck at their job? It's crazy. Just didn't investigate it at all. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night.
We found exactly what that juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet.
It's time to press that juror again, I think. The 3rd bullet has been entered into the court record. Hold it! Then I ask you to reconsider your leaning, sir. Oh.
Oh no, that's another matter entirely.
Sorry?
All I can think about for the moment is this wonderful sense of relief I have that the mystery is solved. I need some time to let that sink in before I can possibly consider anything else.
Alright. Thought surgeons had to be able to think quickly.
Perhaps we should leave him alone for now while he saves his inner peace. And focus on some of the other jurors.
Fucking playing Ace Attorney Dual Destinies instead of Ace Attorney Investigations. Meanwhile, we're having to do Ace Attorney Investigations too. Yeah. Can I not, present? No, okay. Do I have to pit these two against each other, maybe?
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. 3rd bullet somewhere in the scene. Could that be possible? I can prove it! Oh, were they just assuming that I'd pressed her already? Allow me to show you then. The 3rd bullet! Take that! Take that! I love his cocky little pose with the hand on the sword. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes! On the night in question at Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
Hold it! What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet?
It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
What?
This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. Since then, it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night?
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print.
Ah! 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers.
And an examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each.
But that must mean...
That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. Music's going crazy. Never mind, music's not going crazy anymore. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment.
Order! 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 While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts.
So impressed that Jelly can follow the case, solve the mystery, act out all the voices, do little quips on the side, and control the VTuber. I'm something of a professional. It's kind of like, what's that, like, wacky fucking instrument that the guy invented all himself that has, like, zip whistles and train horns and a little, like, clown squeaky and, like, it makes bee noises or whatever the fuck? That's what it kind of feels like sometimes. Although I will say, I've got all the hotkeys on like my numpad, so it's kind of like I'm what is it? It's kind of like I'm doing a raid in an MMO. I'm popping all my abilities when they get off cooldown. You know, I got them all mapped out. It's just muscle memory at this point.
While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter!
What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once.
No way. Why is Gregson here again?
Witnesses,
Governor!
were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination?
We was, Governor, we was!
Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing of nothing if I can't help it.
Is it one of yours?
God blimey, Gov, God blimey, not a chance!
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? What? Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone!
It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark.
How soon we forget poor Sulky.
Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Lummy, that's an head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense. Yes! I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Looking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. They had a secret accomplice. On that night at Windibank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a 3rd man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
Objection!
Does his little pour.
An accomplice, you say? Pig swill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. And in all that time, there's been not a murmur of a 3rd man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character.
Skulkins are lying. I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? I already did it. Don't worry. I already did.
Well, counsel?
I'm supposed to prove the existence of the accomplice and reveal the person's identity, even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is ready to present answers. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands.
So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting.
He's doing it. Have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference.
In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a 3rd intruder present at the scene?
It would have to be the blood samples portfolio. I'm gonna save, just so we don't lose progress, but I'm gonna fucking send it.
Take that!
Take that! The evidence is right here, in this portfolio.
By Jove! That portfolio again, is it?
Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this 3rd intruder. Well, which one is it?
Well, it would have to be this one again. Because there's blood there, and that's not Sholmes's blood.
Take that!
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a blood stain, my lord.
A blood stain?
Green blood. Curious even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some inhuman creature?
It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
By the great detective!
No invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories. Stop.
It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This Fogger spray is a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is.
Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood.
Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop.
As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. Ah, a striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Now, hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed.
By golly!
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
And whose blood is it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection! Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder?
Well, you can see, as you can see, we invented a thing that proves my client is innocent. I see no reason to question the legitimacy. I mean, yeah, it's just as legitimate as anything else in this fucking kangaroo court. Eggert Benedict, take that! The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, counsel?
He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbroker in the afternoon before the incident took place.
When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession.
That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Uh-oh. Broker?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that was not his voice at all. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes.
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs, too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. And we also know he had a gun because he pulled one on us. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Taking from one of his red-handed recorder gubbinses.
Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank this morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice.
Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin?
Never seen a geezer before in me life. On me life, Gov, on me life. Never seen him.
Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice.
Yes, and I can.
Then show us the evidence!
I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is it. This is it. This is the last piece of evidence. I had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. Now, I'm going to drag it, kicking and screaming, into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was, in fact, the person struck by the third bullet. Okay. I don't know if we present the music box disc, or if we present our blood samples portfolio again. But I'm going to go with the blood samples portfolio first. present. Take that! Proof is right here, in this portfolio. Goodness gracious, Counsel. Does that portfolio contain the answers to every question posed? You can present either. There's just extra dialogue if you start with the disc. Cool.
I see you share my interest in claret-colored liquids, my Nipponese friend. But... enough. The court demands to see further evidence. Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime?
Well, it would be this one, of course.
Take that!
Take that! As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim the disc from Windibanks. Which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred.
But of course, here's the disc for you.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute. That disc is mine.
Ah, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness! A blood stain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the blood stain here in this very courtroom.
Using my trusty Fogger gun.
Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio.
I say,
It's green.
it's exactly the...
It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that night. It's green for an amazing reason, Your Honor!
Oh, who are you talking about? It's boiling in here.
My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
Objection! This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A guard of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by the fantastical persona in the highest court of the land. You expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence.
I love that he refuses to accept this as proper evidence. I'm glad someone does!
So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to your successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color.
Well... Oh shit! He's busting it out!
And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it.
Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish?
I don't know, I mean, he is a great detective.
What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. Oh, he's in shambles. He's in shambles. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention is going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have?
I'm just remembering what the Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, Sumari, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief! What did you just say, young girl?
And in a summation examination, The decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it?
Oh,
So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Harry's invention. At least, not for now.
yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you said, Bruno. Is that about right? Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
There's no rule that says a dog can't play basketball ass argument. I mean, that is kind of how juries work sometimes, it feels like. Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd precious of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Guilty.
Oh,
Guilty.
Not guilty.
oh, Villain Bolshevik! Thank you! Two calls guilty, and 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. The trial will continue. All right, got his ass. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was here that night. Could I say something? Oh, who was that, please? Who spoke?
It was me, my lord.
Juror number 5? What have you to say, madam?
If possible, Inspector.
Nay, ma'am.
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown.
Right, yes, this one, you mean, of Mr. Benedict.
Yes, there's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What?
No! Good gracious!
Oh,
Order! Order! Order!
Juror number 5, how on earth?
I'm a communications officer. Stop.
As we can clearly see.
The gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop.
She have a crush?
Very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communications station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop.
That doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to by night.
Yes, I suppose that's it. Suppose that's why something felt wrong. The gentleman is at London's communication station. We should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with haste.
As your lordship bids.
You just hit the Chan. It's a favorite of his.
The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson.
Yes, my lord.
I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during recess. During the recess.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
And stream is adjourned until next time. Whew, all right, not too much long over. All right. Big stretch. All right. Save your progress? Yes. Where is the... There we go. Trial Part 2, the Old Bailey... We're going to save it in the first spot. You might actually finish tomorrow if you go a little long. I don't think we're going to be streaming... We're not going to be streaming tomorrow, because that's Wednesday. I'm thinking what I should do, so I don't have to worry about any time problems there, is I will wait until this Sunday to stream next. I was planning on... Or I accounted for the idea that I might need to take a break this week. On account of, like, I'd be straining my voice probably a lot. And I can feel it, especially with a lot of growly characters here, with Van Zeeks and Garadeb in there. It's hitting a little bit there. So I think just to make sure that, one, I can talk during work, and two, I'm able to just talk in general, I'm going to take Thursday off, cancel that Thursday stream, and then we'll be back on Sunday at noon so that we can go long and not have to worry about running into anyone else's schedule if need be. That should probably work pretty well. So, longer stream, earlier stream this Sunday. So we're not worrying about running into anyone else's stream, and we're not worrying about going too late for any of the people who actually want to be here to watch that. I think that'll work pretty well. So, that's all for now. Thank you very much for watching. It's been a pleasure. Hope everyone's having a good time. I know I certainly am. Who is live that we can raid right now? Is Joe still live? No, he's been freed from such torment. If that's the case, let us raid Allison. I probably won't be able to come, but I hope the stream goes well. This one was wonderful. Well, hope you're, well, I mean, I hope you are able to come. It'd be nice to have you, but if not, hope you enjoy the VOD. I'll try to have those up promptly. I gotta get to work publishing my other ones. I can probably do that Wednesday and Thursday then. Either way, we will raid Allison, since we're all done here. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Been a pleasure. This is going to be all for me this week. And until next time, have a good one, folks. I'll see you Sunday. Bye-bye.